Boo. Hello guys, and welcome back to another cold episode on today's stream. On today's stream, we are back with some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and as you can tell by the title and the thumbnail, we have a lot to talk about. That's not entirely true, but we have a few things to talk about. We have Maxx. Hip hip hooray, we're going to be talking about that. But of course, we're also going to be talking about the World Championship deck lists, and just, you know, playing them, having a good time with them. We might build Mermail today. Probably not, let's be honest with ourselves. Yeah, we're gonna play some Memento at the very least. Sorry, I'm pulling up the Memento list at the moment. Before we do that, let's watch a very funny game from the tryout duels, because it's funny, and for literally no other reason. Because I don't know, these games always just seem they're probably terrible. What's up, Rax? How's it going? By the way, Liquid Rax, is that a StarCraft reference? That's got to be a StarCraft reference, right? Please tell me you're based. Anyway, we see the FTK here. We have 2-dimension dice. Hip hip hooray. There he is! Bet $3 on B? Damn. Well, I hate to break it to you, but Duelist A is playing dice. Oh shit, they're both playing dice. Never mind. It's possible. I'm surprised we didn't dice spoon there. He's just like me. He whiffs all of his things too. Oh shit. Nuke the field. Now? Okay. 10 out of 10 game, dude. Oh, this game's so good. Oh, this game's incredible. No! We drew a card that doesn't do anything! Oh, cool. They can either discard a card or destroy it. I love that 6, dude. It's so cool. It's just a floodgate for dice roll decks. Oh, cool. Another one. Why even? It doesn't matter. 1! Nice Snipe Hunter. It'd be a shame if it fucking did anything. Oh, 10 out of 10. Dude, what a hilarious event. Oh, good, it died. It died this time. They rolled the 6. Comedy. Okay, there is a chance Duelist A just immediately dies here, by the way. Oh, they are dead. The game is over. The game is over. We did end up seeing the big dingus. Big! Wait. Oh, well. Oh! Oh, shit! If we draw another... Well, okay, that doesn't do it. That does not do it. Congratulations. That's okay. Okay, let's be honest. We are all here for the Maxx cockroach. Here's what I'm going to say. La Cucaracha has stats. So, here we see that, Master Duel Meta posted the actual post from Reddit. So we're going to read the actual post here, and then we'll read the comments, because it'd be funny. But, here we have the statistics. Gigantic wall of text and figures. Hip hip hooray. We have the statistics made by one guy on La Cucaracha. These may not be the 100% accurate, but it is something to keep in mind. So, first and foremost, they watched all of the games. Over the past 2 years, they did the same thing as well, and they said that Maxx is extremely good, but shouldn't be immediately banned, which they are wrong about, by the way, because it keeps the second player win rate up, which is just a misunderstanding of how fundamental Yu-Gi-Oh! Works. I'm going to tell you this right now. Yu-Gi-Oh! In both the TCG and the OCG has similar win rate records. The Roach doesn't help in this regard because there are like 9 cards you need to deal with the Roach, which means you can't play other cards. that maybe would be more useful in any particular matchup, right? And I'm more so talking like a game 1 as opposed to games 2 and 3, right? But the simple fact of the matter is, Maxx hinders deck building, which means that going second, you are actually hindered if the Roach doesn't resolve. Because now you have a bunch of useless-ass cards, like Ash, or like Foolos, or something of that nature, or like Called By, or something like that, that is just not going to do anything for you, because you have to play these cards, right? So, as much as I understand the argument, I think it is just a strict misunderstanding of how modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Works, and very clearly comes from a place of Master Duel brain, and not a land where it doesn't exist. So yes, obviously still the win rate for going first is extremely high, and I don't think that changes. But let's look at the numbers. They collected the data by hand. They say this. The size of these data is not extremely large, but it is rather, like, extensive, at the very least, which is nice. Also, again, it doesn't accurately describe the game, especially due to the shared card pool. However, this is the highest skill gameplay, which you can most accurately represent this game, with few skill issues skewing the data. Pretty nice. Here we have total number of games, 264. The win rate for the turn 1 player was 69%. Nice. 69.7%. Significant difference from last year. There you go. So we can see here the difference. It's, it was around 60 the last 2 years, and it significantly jumped in this year. However, that I will say, one of the things with this, at the very least, is that in the previous, in 2023, this was tier format, where going first almost had no real determination on whether or not you would win the game if you were playing tier limit, or if you were playing against tier limit. Because tier limit was so extremely good at both going first and second because of engine, most of the time, games were not entirely decided by just going first or going second. It was actually decided by a myriad of different things, which meant that this, at least in my mind, doesn't really matter too much. However, seeing a huge jump from 2024 to 2025 also makes sense as well, because this year we had Malice, one of the most incredible going first decks of all time. An extremely potent deck that doesn't really lose to anything in particular, and has the ability to not really allow opponents to play the game going second. So I do think this is more so a fact of the metagame rather than necessarily a fact of the Roach, which we'll get into. Moving on, we can see the turn count was around 3 turns, significantly lower than last year. However, a lot of this I would imagine is again due to the fact that Malice existed, right? And in previous years, we've had things like Snake Eye Fire King, which absolutely plays over the course of several turns. We also have things like Tier Element last year, which again plays over the course of multiple turns. We had Labyrinth a lot more consistently last year as well. So again, this to me signifies more to do with the actual metagame than anything to do with La Cucaracha. But again, all of this is to indicate what is happening with the current state of the game and whether or not Maxx, or just Maxx in general. 2-sample, 2-tailed t-test. The box plot is no longer a box, with the Q1 being the same as the median and Q3. So here you go. It's not a box, it's just a line. I don't necessarily know what this means, but total turns of each game. The longest game in 2024 was 18 turns, whereas in 2023 and 2025 it was 13, which is something of note, which is still kind of interesting. This was likely the stun game this year, but yeah, a lot of the actual games just ended on turn 3. Anyway, here are the total turns. An insane amount of 3s, actually a fair amount of 2s as well, almost 50% of just turn 2 games. and then it really drops off pretty heavily anywhere else. There was one, I think, game that was one turn, which is funny. Maybe two or something like that. Anyway, here we have the total number of activations of Maxx, which was 141, and we have a total percentage, which is 69. Nice, once again. So, Maxx resolved 69% of the time, which is an insane amount. And also, 141 games, which means it is over half, because the total number of games was 264. So it was well over half of the games had Maxx in them, and you had to, in some capacity, deal with the roach. So, Maxx resolution rate for going first and going second between the 2 years is similar, right? Arguably, it had a higher resolution rate going first this year than it's had in previous years. But alas, the going second, most notably, it basically, it didn't resolve nearly as much. And I don't know necessarily why. I think I could be a myriad of things, but just some stats. Resolving for turn one player was 72% of the time it would resolve for the turn one player, and 65% of the time it would resolve for the turn two player, which is again rare change, not much significance in the actual change there. However, the win rate of the turn one player when their Maxx resolved was 61%. So when the turn one player resolved Maxx, they won 61% of the time, which is kind of interesting to think about. However, win rate of turn one player when they either do not activate Maxx or it gets negated was actually higher. And here's why I would imagine this is the case. I would imagine the reasoning behind this is because most of the time, if you're resolving Maxx, it's one of two things. One, the opponent is playing a deck that does not care at all about Maxx, right? Something like Lab or something like Tenpai or something of that nature where it's like, cool, resolve it, don't care. Or two, you have been Maxx'd yourself or something else of that nature, and your turn has basically been skipped, and therefore you now have to activate and resolve your Maxx, which does end up getting resolved, right? Like they activate an Ash Blossom to kind of slow you down after you activate, after activating Maxx or something else of that nature, and then, you don't have the answer, the opponent doesn't have the answer, and you both kind of resolve the Maxx. That's my guess. It's hard to really say though, but it is interesting that technically speaking, the win rate when Maxx resolved was actually lower than if it wasn't resolved, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, we can see here turn-based win rate based on Maxx, and we can see it is actually significant, or the no activation / resolution is significantly higher for the win rate for 2025. That being said, this is again not a ton of data to really determine whether or not this is just due to the way the decks are played or built or what have you. So hard to say. But that is still a significant jump as well. If we can see also last year and the year before, the win rates were closer to that of previous years, right? And in fact, the Maxx win rate is actually going down after it's resolved. But again, it is such a negligible decrease in terms of resolution that it doesn't really matter, right? We can see the win rate of turn 2 players when the Maxx resolves, which is 47%. Whoa. That's pretty good, right? However, the win rate of turn 2 players when they either do not activate or it gets negated is 27%. Gee, I wonder why. So we can see that, yes, by Maxx resolving, they have a significantly higher chance of winning the game, and it does technically even out the odds, but that's only if Maxx actually resolves, because actually it gets significantly worse for most players and for most decks if you just have it negated. So, yeah. And we can see this is also very different from previous years. If you don't resolve Maxx, you're fucked. If you resolve it, you're fine. If you don't, you are unbelievably cooked. You cannot play the game. The game is unplayable because you did not resolve Maxx. Maxx is fine. It's healthy. It's useful. Trust. So, there you go. Imagine if all of those cards that you use to interact specifically with Lakukaracha were instead something to actually help you break boards, or play through established boards, or stop a board from being established. Could be nice, could be cool. Imagine if it was Nibiru, or Droll, or Triple Tack, or Droplet, or you get my point. Moving on. Half non-objective. There were 2 games where Maxx was activated and resolved, but it did not matter. It was thrown when Lethal was on board. No special summon was going to happen. These games were Nesh versus Freedom and Emery versus Joey. I modified the numbers above. The Maxx is not activated or resolved, as it did not affect the game state. Before modifying, the numbers were slightly changed, but again, pretty negligible overall. Win rate of turn player 2 when their Molcharmy card resolves was actually fucking ass. The win rate of the turn player going second with a Molcharmy was 37.84%, which is still pretty terrible. Then, of course, we have the win rate of the turn 2 player when they didn't activate it was ever so slightly higher. Ever so slightly. Again, similar to that of the Maxx. 3% difference, not a ton, but noticeable. Also, this is like a 7-point jump as opposed to a 20-point jump between Maxx and a Molcharmy. So that's all. But here we can see the win rates as well. Of course, we only have 2025 because the Molcharmies didn't exist prior to 2025. So we can see here that the Molcharmies on resolution and not on resolution, and when they are not resolved, the win rates do spike. It is a noticeable jump, but it's not an insane amount, right? You're still pretty much in control if you go first, just across the board. However, one thing we must also take note of is that some of these Molcharmies were likely not very strong Molcharmies. Things like Perulia against Malice. I know that happened a ton, and so likely those are just not going to be negated or interacted with in any capacity. So that probably brought it down as well. But alas, if this were like specific to each Charmy, you know. Anyway, we can see also the win rate of turn 1 with no Dominus Impulse activation, which is still extremely high, whereas it goes, when they do activate it once, it goes down, which is something, I guess. However, the win rate of turn 2 with no Dominus Impulse is pretty much the same, and it actually goes up when they don't, or when they do activate it. Understandable. It's slightly better if you activate Dominus Impulse, because it's a very powerful card. Cool. This is a pretty, yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see that the win rate goes so far down if you activate the Dominus Impulse as the first turn player, but I think that's just more of an interesting idea rather than something that is actually meaningful, just due to the fact that I don't really think that there is much in terms of representation for this. I don't think there's a lot of numbers to back up how many, 12 players in total probably played Dominus Impulse in any capacity, so it's not like it's all of the players. Anyway, yeah, that's all in terms of the numbers. Let's hear what the poster has to say about this, which is, I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea how to convey the information above in a way that doesn't cause chaos. Turn 1 win rate is at an all-time high thanks to Malice and all the floodgates / hand rips. Turns end so fast in the turn 1 player favor in the game, to the point that 155 games out of 264 ended on turn 3, since you cannot surrender in WCS games. You can tell most of these games would be insta-scoops in a regular ranked / rated game. I would like to point out that, though, that this is most likely caused by the shared card rule really tightening up the amount of hand traps that each player can use. Basically, Maxi horrendously works when with a shared card pool in general. I do kind of agree with this, but we'll get to the end here. The number of Maxi activations / resolve went down from last year, obviously due to Maxi getting semi-limited. That does matter. I forgot that card even got semi-limited. This made it so that there were not a lot of Maxi resolved by the turn 2 player, reducing any effect in helping them, having a fairer chance at winning the game. Sure, bud. What surprised me is that although not significantly different, the turn 1 player win rate goes down by resolving Maxi. This is a new trend that has not occurred in the past 2 years, since the shared card rule limited the amount of hand traps the turn 1 player could not draw enough disruption in time before the turn 2 player could just kill them in a turn. Basically, it was better to have more starters than having a card that you won't really use on your own turn. What? I'm sorry, what do you... Basically, it was better to have more starters than a card that you won't really use on your own turn. I have no idea what this man is talking about here. So, I don't understand the idea that is being presented to me here with this sentence. This shared card pool limited the amount of hand traps the turn 1 player could not draw enough disruption in time before the turn 2 player could just kill them in a turn. It was better to have more starters than having a card that you won't really use on your own turn. What is this in reference to? What does this have to do with anything? I don't know what this means. Okay, cool. The only interesting thing about Maxi is how consistent it is at making the turn 2 player have a 50-50 game. This is only kind of true, but sure. Even though the win rate of the turn 2 player drops significantly, Maxi does its job as much as last year. For the turn 2 player, Maxi is now more efficient. A 76% boost in win rate is insane, though. Mind you not. What the hell? That is a power level unseen. The Moltrami cards did look somewhat effective, but not significantly so. I put all the Charmy cards together because of the sample size, because you shared card rule. Since the top 2 cards had different Moltrami weaknesses, Moltramis overall seemed less effective than they could have been. Yes, I do agree with this. I think that we actually saw a lot of... if like Fool Loss specifically ended up resolving, most of the time it felt very similar to that of Maxi, where oftentimes the opponent would just like make a significantly weakened board, or would give the opponent like a significant amount of draws to allow them to kind of play through the board. Whereas with the other Moltramis, it just like did not matter. So I really do think that this is something to do with the sample size as opposed to anything else. Of course, you shared card pool. Since the top 2 decks had different Moltrami weaknesses, Moltramis overall seemed less effective than they could have been. Honestly, if I were to add my opinion here, I'd say chopping up Moltrami's effects this much is not really the right way. Yeah, you're also a dumbass, so that's not surprising. Dominus Impulse being this disappointing is concerning to me. Purge was only used twice, so I just ditched it. Dominus Impulse being this disappointing is concerning to me. How many fucking players activated Dominus Impulse? Like, that's a genuine question. Do we actually have the numbers on how many times Dominus Impulse even was activated? They didn't provide the numbers. Yeah, sure, bud. It's an effect so strong that it needs a dual long downside. Yet it does jack shit to win rates. Okay, this is the problem with looking exclusively at win rates, is that 99% of the time it doesn't tell the story of anything, especially when we are looking, again, exclusively at win rates and not at actual games or at game states or at anything else of that nature, right? And with such a small sample size. Even if Dominus Impulse was in 50% of games and was activated in 50% of the games at Worlds, you would get less than 200 games, which is just not a significant number to actually provide useful stats. Even the Maxx C numbers are barely enough to provide useful stats. And they are in, well over half of the games, well in half of the game, well over half of the games at Worlds had something with Maxx, whether a resolution or a negation, something of that nature happened with Maxx, right? So again, it's just like, there's just not enough data, and because of the luck factor and myriad of other things that can change game to game, it's just not enough data. It really just isn't enough data, right? So, hard to say. But again, when compared to, I mean, the Dominus cards are incredibly strong. And yes, it doesn't look that way based on win rates, but you know what also doesn't look great based on win rate? Memento. Memento looks terrible based on win rate. It looked terrible at Worlds based on win rate. Do you know what it was? The third goddamn best deck in the game. Especially for Worlds. That's crazy, right? But the thing is, again, going back to this in particular, the turn 1 player activating and resolving, or not activating, Dominus Impulse, didn't change anything. Let's not act like this actually changes anything. Likely, what ended up happening is if they did have to activate a Dominus Impulse, they probably were losing that game anyway. Or in a losing position, at the very least. Right? Or I should say, more losing position. Right? They were not as strong, if that makes sense. Because they were having to rely on a card that wasn't Engine or something else of that nature, and wasn't nearly as powerful as, say, having your full combo, right? And the same thing with this. You're acting as if this card is going to actually change the actual outcome of the game based on whether or not it is activated. It is a strong card, but it's not game-ending. This going second win rate is much lower. Yep. Because no Princess Atlantis OTK. I think there's a lot of reasons for that, and we'll get into that. Where was I? Of course, Malice basically being the only deck that can use the cards is a potential bias to the data. However, this lines up with my personal experience of how ineffective a single negate hand trap feels in my own games. Single negation is just that much weaker than lingering effects, and we are in a situation that needs fixes that come from removing lingering hand traps from the game. I both agree and disagree. I think removing lingering hand traps does help, but I don't think that is the issue. I think we are genuinely missing the part of the game that says Malice is a deck that exists and should not exist. Decks like Malice are decks that, again, should not be in the game. In that capacity. You should not be able to combo off and make a nigh unbreakable board that doesn't have any weaknesses, that doesn't lose to anything, through multiple hand traps. That is, to me, not a problem of hand traps, but more a problem of Malice. Do you know what does lose to individual cards and individual hand traps? Ryzeal. Do you know what else it does? It plays the game. Yes, it has very clear and defined weaknesses. Droll is a big one. It significantly reduces the power level of the deck, right? But there's a ton of other things as well. Things like Ultimate Slayer, things like Triple Tack. A lot of these like board breakers allow you to actually interact with the opponent's board very effectively. Do you know what doesn't work against Malice? Board breakers. Why? Because you are having to deal with things from Spell Trap, from monster effects, and from hand, which is extremely difficult to actually prepare for when it comes to board breakers. How are you going to actually break the board of a Malice player when they can literally just interact with you from any position and then do their entire combo on your turn as well? It's extremely difficult to actually put down and to make go away, basically. So I genuinely do think that is a massive issue, and a lot of this, I think is just Malice. Yeah. Anyway, In conclusion, it seems like Maxx is like the last band-aid that keeps the game in shape in an actual game. In the shape of an actual game. This is delusions. This is someone who has never understood a life without being constantly berated and belittled every day of their life. They do not understand the concept of positive self-talk and what it can mean to have someone genuinely appreciate you. This is someone who is just so fundamentally flawed in their brain and in their thinking that they don't understand what it can be like without constantly being in pain. Maxx does not help the game. It doesn't allow going second to be stronger. Arguably, it makes it weaker, due to the fact that everyone has to play cards that are arguably terrible for going second. Like like Ash Blossom and Called By. So now we have to fit in all of these terrible, no good, very bad cards and get absolutely shit on when we don't see exactly the one card. What are we talking about? You're the stats guy. You should absolutely be able to understand that, hey, yeah, when everybody has to play 8 additional cards in their deck, of course they're going to look worse when they go second. What do you mean? It's fine. Okay, let's continue. Let's finish this out. There are so many issues that need to be solved before touching Maxx, just hard to disagree, which might as well just be shifting the TCG-esque ban list, banning every card that feels stronger than Grandma with a Spoon. This is just cope and just a genuine misunderstanding of how the TCG and how just Yu-Gi-Oh! In general works. This is just blatantly wrong. I love your stats. I genuinely do appreciate the stats, but this just feels like someone who is looking at solely the numbers and not actually understanding game theory. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I took some time to write this up because I wanted to see the OCG side, how the OCG side acted first. Okay. Opinions are split, but I feel more people are leaning towards banning Maxx than in previous years. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock! That's because it's the correct choice! Maxx and tournament win rates continue to be a hot topic in this game globally, absolutely. Lastly, thank you for reading this hilarious mess of thoughts. I know it's long, but I have no clue how to make it shorter. Here's the thing. I wish we had someone to do this for the TCG Worlds. To just see the win rates for going first and going second in the TCG Worlds. The problem is we don't have game-to-game understanding of the games at Worlds. Like we don't. I don't think we have all of the games like we do in Master Duel. So it's a lot harder for that to really happen, right? It's harder for us to like identify, hey, here's how we do this, you know, or like here's all of the games. Especially in comparison again to that of Master Duel. But I understand. Okay. Let's just look at the numbers, right? Based on Maxx resolution for the turn 2 player, it is a massive jump in terms of win rate for when it resolves. If you go second, you generally have the ability to play a game if Lukuka resolves, right? That is pretty much just a fact. You actually do have a chance to play the game. Whereas if you don't resolve it, you do just kind of lose. Now, to me, immediately, I see these numbers and go, oh, I don't think the problem is you know, Maxx or anything of that nature. I think there's a problem with going first, right? Like, clearly that's what this is stating. There is something in the water that makes it impossible to play the game going first. What was it that these past 2 years didn't have? Oh yeah, a deck that immediately won the game by going first. And you might be like, oh, but like, what about Yubel? Or what about Snake Eye? Yeah, those were beatable decks. Like, genuinely, like, Snake Eye could actually play the game going second into Snake Eye. Yubel could play the game going second into Yubel. There were a bunch of decks that could actually beat those decks because they had clear and definitive weaknesses. Malice just doesn't have that. Because of things like Apo, because of things like the traps, because of a myriad of things, just like the top players are going to just absolutely shit on everyone else because of how powerful Malice is going first. Which makes this look way worse, right? Like, clearly that is the case. And it's not like, oh, Maxi resolving means that I have a big win rate. It's like, oh no, there is a deck that is weak to Maxi in the metagame that is extremely good at going first. Oh, and also Merman. Oh yeah, and also Gimmick Puppet and a bunch of other shit like that. Like, a whole bunch of people were just playing, like, go first turbo decks. Have you seen what one Habakiri resolution does? No, clearly. He's still blind and unable to see Maxi is a huge problem. Yeah, imagine looking at this data and not recognizing the problem. Imagine looking at this and not understanding that, hey, maybe jumping win rate by resolving one card, a solid, what, 20 points? Yeah, it is 20, right? A solid 20% win rate when a card is resolved? Maybe that's an issue. Maybe the issue is that if I resolve one card and my win rate goes up 20%, I don't know, that seems like an issue to me. Because now, everything has to center around that one card. Your deck building, your deck philosophy, how you play out a game, etc. Because if you see that card, your win rate spikes so substantially that the game kind of just has to resolve around it. Because if I negate something else, it's not going to matter. Not nearly as much as something like Maxi. So yeah, if I resolve Maxi, I win the game. If I don't, I lose the game. That's going to be how it feels, and that's actually what the numbers tell us. That is what this tells us. Maxi resolves. Great. You win 20% more of your games. It doesn't resolve, you lose 20% more. Maybe, if we didn't have to plan for Maxi in all of our games, we could actually play Yu-Gi-Oh! And we would have games that were closer. The finals of Pac versus Nesh could have been so wholesome. True. Oh yeah, also, let's talk about this in particular. So this is the going first win rate for Worlds this year. 2023 was Tearlament. Tearlament is extremely good at going second into pretty much anything. They play an insane amount of engine, and basically if you played Tearlament, you could go first, you could go second, it wouldn't really matter. You had a very good time actually playing the game. Right? Right. Nearly all hand traps shouldn't be activatable when you control cards, like the Charmies. I disagree wholeheartedly with that idea, because I think hand traps are extremely cool in the way that they currently work in Yu-Gi-Oh! But I do understand why you feel that way. I think the Charmies are goofy, but I think having hand traps is not bad, right? Like, if I get ashed, that's fine. For the most part. I still think Ash should be banned, but for other reasons. You know, I understand people being like, oh, but Droll, oh, but this, oh, but that. But the thing is, like, for the most part, if I'm playing cards that are specifically for going second, like, we have a ton of cards that are specifically for going second. The point of hand traps is that they can be both. They can be flexible, right? If we are just committing, like, oh, you have to go first or you have to go second with these cards, all of a sudden, you can't be flexible with those cards, and it makes the win rate actually worse for going first. Because now it's like, hey, you just plan to go first, and then you immediately win the game, because now I'm playing things like Judgment, or Dimensional Barrier, or all of these, like, going first cards, and, like, hand traps don't exist, so it's basically whoever goes first wins the game, and then that's the game, right? There's no real counterplay, right? Because I get to go do my combo, and then I get to set an additional, like, 2 protection cards or like a floodgate or something else of that nature, right? And you can argue like, oh, but then like, yeah, you should ban dimensional barrier, or like, oh yeah, you should ban the floodgate. And it's like, yeah, you could absolutely do that, but I still get to play like, you know, a torrential tribute, or I get to play like, you know, Ice Dragon's Prison, or something else of that nature. And I just play these like degenerate go first cards, hope and pray that I go first, and then just win the game off of that, right? But if hand traps allow you to both be used going first and going second, it means that, one, players have something that they can do going second, while not reducing their plays going first, and significantly weakening the way that they can actually play the game going first. Because if I draw, you know, Maxi, or if I draw like Ash, Valor, Imperm going first, I'm going to look at that hand and be like, well, at the very least, I have these cards. If I get interrupted, I still have cards I can use. They're not dead. But if I draw that same hand going second, I go, hey, I have points of interaction I could give, you know, to my opponent and be like, here, let me check these. Let me make sure that you can't do everything that you want to do, right? So hand traps are the solution to the problem. Because if all of a sudden, like, going first is so insanely powerful because we can do all of these insane combos, and then you just have to play, like, go first cards or go second cards, sure, you could, like, play the mind game of, like, oh, I'm going to play a whole bunch of going second cards. Great, fantastic. Here's Solemn Judgment. Anyway, fuck you. You get my point, right? Hopefully that makes sense. I understand the idea, but, like, if you just cut off a whole bunch of hand traps from being activatable on your first, or if you have cards, it just like kills the idea of hand traps and it skyrockets going first, because then you just cut the hand traps and you play degenerate go first cards, and then it's just like a mind game of whether or not you're going first or going second. Oh yeah, here's a monster. Be a shame if you had a hand trap. Yeah. Anyway, what else? Oh, let's talk about, we were talking about win rates. Okay. The first year was Tier Lament. 2023 was Tier Lament. Tier Lament is extremely good at both going first and going second with Engine, and it means that you're not immediately out of the game due to anything, really, because you actually do get to play the game due to Tier Lament. Yes, you are significantly stronger going first, but you're not dead by having the opponent win the coin flip. 2024 was the year of Snake Eye Fire King, which is extremely adept at going second as well. It is one of the most powerful decks for going second, again, similar to that of Tier Lament by being able to break boards with Engine, making it very useful. On top of that, you can hand trap your opponent pretty consistently due to the myriad of hand traps that you can play, which is, again, very useful. 2025, we had Malice. Malice is a deck that almost exclusively goes first, and if it goes first, it kind of wins the game. If it doesn't go first, it kind of loses the game. It is a deck that is very feast or famine. Ryzeal helps, but is not nearly as good at breaking boards as that of, like, you know, Snake Eye Fire King or Tier Lament were in their time, right? Yeah, Atlantis, yeah, who cares? The thing is, like, Malice puts up such a disgusting end board, similar to that of, like, Yubel Uninterrupted last year, but even more so, right? So there's just not a lot that you realistically can do to beat Malice. So, again, of course the win rate is going to spike, and a lot more people were playing around that idea by playing things like Mermail and playing things like Gimmick Puppet, which I think was still a bad idea, but nonetheless, right? So there were a lot of these instances where it was just like, yeah, if you go first, you do just kind of win the game, because there were so many decks that were so heavily centered around going first, and if you went first, you did just kind of do the combo and win, right? So, yes, this is more so a problem with the metagame than I think even the Roach, necessarily. However, the Roach doesn't necessarily help, as we can see, and this is with more Roaches. This is with more Molcharmies. So now we have more things that you have to interact with instead of the Roach, or on top of the Roach. So yeah, if my opponent activates Fualos, and I activate Ash, and then they activate Maxi, well damn, I guess I lose. right? Hand traps are those who watch the Watchmen, in my opinion. They're to check and balances, get BS, or fair, fast, or slow, and a combo in between of the aftermath. Yeah. I do agree. Hand traps are extremely essential, especially in the way that they work. At least for modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So there you go. But alas, basically what I will say is that Maxi does not help. It only hinders. And a lot of that is not shown in-game and with in-game statistics. It is shown with deck building. With how your decks end up having to be constructed. Because when every deck looks the exact same at start, which is Maxi, Ash, called by, and you can't really deviate from that, yeah, of course going second is going to look like ass. Of course, if you go second, it's going to be terrible. Because you basically rely on exactly this card, and you have 5 useless cards for going second that don't do anything. Like, Ash is just not a good hand trap right now. But you have to play it. Right? The thing is, I would, in a heartbeat, cut this card from like 90% of my decks right now. If Maxi didn't exist. Even if the Molcharmies exist, I still cut this card. This card is terrible. I would play Droll. I would play Nibiru. I would play Imperm. I would play Valor. I would play Ghost Spell. I would play Ultimate Slayer, or Triple Tack, or Droplet, or Super Polymerization, or Metal Tronus, or the myriad of other options that are available to me for both going first and going second. And there's just not a reason to play this card, except for that this card right here that does exist. So yeah, of course going first is going to look better. Because going first is so heavily... what is it? So heavily... rewarded. Because not only do they have the ability to drop a Maxi on your head, they also get to, like, ignore, you know, a third of your deck, basically. Because of the terrible, no good, very bad, go first cards, right? Yeah. It's very frustrating. The win rate will rise despite Maxi at 2, which shows Maxi helps first turn player, then second turn player, because Chessie is also Pot of Greed. That is also true. Going second won by taking the challenge because of how Malice ignores hand traps. I mean, yeah, there was a fair amount of them. Right? Probably. But even then, like, imagine you're a Ryzeal who doesn't have the easiest time OTKing. Imagine you're playing Ryzeal against Malice. They just set up their full board, and then you get Maxi. Like, yeah, you can't do anything. So, okay. And let's go back to statistics for a second, okay? Here's the thing. I do not care if this says the win rate when Maxi resolves going second is 100%. I would not care. Because the simple fact of the matter is, it's not fun. Let's not act like activating and resolving Maxi from either side is a fun experience for anyone involved. Maybe sometimes. But 90% of the time, it feels terrible. It's not fun. You're not having a good time with the card in the game. Especially in comparison to that of something like, I don't know, what's a good example? Ultimate Slayer, or Metal Tronus, or Imperm even, right? Like, there is a myriad of cards that you could switch out for Maxi that would be interesting to play against and to play. Or at the very least, to play, right? Activating something like Ultimate Slayer is fun. It's interesting. It's rewarding. Activating Maxi kind of feels like a gamble, and most of the time it just feels awful because it mostly just gets negated. And it doesn't resolve, and you just end up getting punished for it. Hip hip hooray. But even then, when it does resolve, it just still kind of feels kind of eh. You're just like, oh, well, it resolved. Hooray. And then they Maxi you and you cry. So, regardless of whether or not the win rate is, you know, good for the game, or like Maxx resolving is good for the game, or Maxx's existence is good for the game, it doesn't matter, because it's not fun. That's the problem, is that Konami is not listening to the player base saying, hey, this card makes our game unfun. Please get rid of it. We don't like playing the game when this card exists. The game is fun when it doesn't, and when it does, it's frustrating. Can you do something about this? And Konami is just plugging their ears going, la 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 la, but the win rate. And it's like, that's not the point. That's not the point. People don't care about the win rate nearly as much as they care about the game's feeling fair and feeling fun. It's a game. That's the point. Anyway. Resolving Ultimate Slayer gives me such a dopamine rush. Exactly. But that's the thing, is like, there are cards that feel fun to resolve, right? Cards like Nibiru. Cards like, what's another good example? Cards like Triple Tack. Cards like Droplet. Cards like, what else is there? I mean, Ash, to an extent, right? Imperm is another example. Ghost Bell is another example. Ghost Ogre is one of the most satisfying hand traps in the fucking game. Oh! Resolving Ghost Ogre is so sick. It's so fun. Right? But, like, all of those hand traps just haven't worked for quite some time. And so you're just like, man, it sucks going second. Man, going second is boring. Right? You don't have the option to, like, play Unchained into an established board with no hand traps and just be like, cool, I'll just break your board with Engine because my Engine is just better than yours. You don't have the option to just, like, you know, activate Haveness on the opponent's turn and be like, alright, fuck it, we ball, or something else of that nature that is fun to do, right? And we don't yet have the Canine nor Holy Sue to allow us to also play on the opponent's turn or do something during the opponent's turn that actually gives us play, right? Or gives us the opportunity to, like, do something and have fun, right? And that's, like, a lot of the issue is that, like, yeah, technically Maxx allows us to more effectively play the game, but it really doesn't feel that way. It feels kind of the opposite. It's like, well, I guess the game's just over. I mean, when I activate Cold Pie on Maxx. Maybe turn 2 draws 6 from the start. I hate that idea. That's a terrible idea. I know people are like, oh, but then you're, like, more likely to... No. Because then you just have the ability to drop, like, more hand traps on an opponent. Right? It's not that we need the additional cards to compete. It's that going first is too strong. Just make decks that are capable of both going first and going second. We've seen this before. We know cards can work this way. We've seen it. Look at literally the OG going second card, Cyber Dragon. Literally fundamentally changes the way that Yu-Gi-Oh is played from its introduction. Because now you can punish the opponent by just slapping a big dingus onto the field. Having an effect that is almost exclusively advantageous going second, written into your engine, is fantastic. Look at SP Little Knight. Another great card for specifically going second, because it basically doesn't do anything going first. So it's great for going second. Look at Double Azes, or Typhon, or a myriad of other things that are almost exclusively advantageous for going second. These are the cards that should be included in, like, engines, right? You should be... I mean, Izuna is a perfect example. Holy Sue is a perfect example of what decks should be able to do going second. It's like, maybe you shouldn't be able to, like, fully do your combo on the opponent's turn, but at the very least, you should be able to do something. You should have an advantage because the opponent did a thing. They put a guy onto the field. It's like, oh, you did a thing. I get to do a thing now, right? The Bestials are another great example. If the opponent has a monster, you now get a quick effect banish. Congratulations. It also puts a guy onto the field, which is great. But, like, if they don't have a thing, hey, guess what? You still have an extender. That's pretty good. Bestials are a great card. Except for Magnamut. Fuck Magnamut. Me and my homies hate Magnamut. But, like, other than that, like, Druisworm and Baldrake and Saronir, all great cards. Because, hey, you have a thing. Now I get a thing. 10 out of 10 card design. Phenomenal. My patience was today in the Discord. Duster Lightning Storm is healthy because people don't consider it a problem. Board wipes are... okay, again. Technically speaking, cards like Harpy's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, Regeki, Dark Hole, etc. are fair. They are balanced. But they're not fun. Is it fun activating a card that immediately wins you the game? Probably not. Right? Like, if I just get to activate Harpy's Feather Duster and then the game ends, that's not fun. That's not a fun game. For either player. That feels so boring. And just unfair. For both sides. Like... Huh? Why is that allowed? And then you can look at, like, Raigeki for similar use, right? Where it's like, oh, cool, you put a whole bunch of monsters on... Anyway, Raigeki, away goes the field. Board wipes are such boring game design for card games. They're just not fun, ever. I like, have yet to see a board wipe that actually is fun, unless you're also having to wipe your own board. And even then, it's like, you actually have to have cards to make it interesting, right? Like, for example, activating Dark Hole. Not great. Unless you are also, like, activating your Unchained effects. And you know, you nuked 2 of your own Unchained cards or something like that. And now you put, 2 additional bodies onto the field. And it's like, okay, I'm going to do Unchained things. Because I'm playing Unchained. And I get advantage off of nuking my own things. That's something unique at the very least. Like, that is at least fun. One card should not invalidate 5. True. Straight Labyrinth hate. Yeah. Oh, but Labyrinth gets to do this, and Labyrinth gets to do this, and Labyrinth... Yeah. Keep talking. Anyway. Let's actually read the comments. That is very impressive. Good read and info. Thanks. Shout out to this guy. Roach will likely resolve less often overall on ladder/rated than in Worlds formats due to shared cards. Nobody will be missing any of the counters. Huh? It feels like a double-edged sword to me, where it hurts the game in equal part to how much you may perceive it an aid to going second. What the fuck are you talking about? Top 1% commenter? Why the fuck are you here? Go home! Sorry. Not a single brain cell is used when you activate. Dude, board wipes are so boring. Just across the board. They're so boring. I hate it. If I have to, like, pick apart a board, it's interesting. But if I just get to go, cool, here's thing, goodbye field, it's so boring. And those games where you go 7 and resolve it and win, is it an engaging duel? I feel most would feel like they didn't meaningfully engage with their opponent. They just activated a god card. A god card forced the opponent to make a weak board and then proceeded to steamroll them. Maxx might appear to be like this cornerstone holding it up going second, but the flaws making it going first insane would be there with or without it. Removing the roach and nothing else would just exaggerate them further. No, what are you talking about? These people don't understand that by removing the roach, you're also removing the crutch that is the roach for going first. Do you know how many times you get to make up an end board and then activate the roach on top of it, and the opponent just has to stare at that and die? Do you know how many times the opponent could just actually play through your board, but they can't now because the roach exists, and now you get, like, 5 hand traps? Or they, like, would remove you from resources, but now you have, like, 10 cards in hand. Like, wait, what the fuck are you talking? This is the problem with this as well, is that this whole section just was totally misinformed. And now, like, I swear, these people don't understand how... yeah, okay. They can't think, like, more than one step. They go one step, they go, Maxx is removed, and then they stop thinking. They go, that's it. That's where the line is drawn. There's nothing further than that. The roach was removed. We're only going to think about the roach. And it's like, no, the roach changes so much fundamentally about the game. It changes deck building. It changes playstyle. It changes the way that decks interact both going first and going second, right? You can activate the roach both going first and going second. What the fuck are you doing? It's fine. Anyway. But that would mean Konami would finally have to address them instead of hiding behind the bug. Yeah, dude, sure. What the fuck are you talking about? Name something. Name one thing that is hiding behind the bug. Name me one goddamn card that you would have to ban instead of banning the bug. I would love to know. I would love to know what you're going to talk about. What are you going to say, like Hulk? Hulk is banned. Oh, Auroradon, then. Oh, yeah, the card that never shows up. Because it's terrible now. Because you can't just go Hulk into Auroradon. Oh, but what about, like, Galaxy Tomahawk? Sure, dude. How the fuck are you getting into Galaxy Tomahawk reliably? And how are you resolving that without getting immediately impermed? What are you talking about? There are answers to that card, and also even with that, the end board is still not better than fucking Malice! What are you on? There is not a card currently in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, or in any of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Games, that actually hide behind the bug. What, Appo? We're gonna talk about Appo? Appo's banned in the OCG. That clearly isn't something that the bug is, you know, keeping around. But even then, like, okay, does Tomahawk deserve to be banned if Roach is banned? That's a genuine question. When was the last time you saw Tomahawk doing anything? Because here's the thing. If the deck is good, if there is a card that is good, regardless of whether or not the Roach exists, that deck will see play. That card will see play. We see Malice is literally the best deck in the game, and yet it hard dies to the bug. That's what. There's not a card that is ban worthy that Konami is hiding behind, or we're like not banning instead of hiding behind them. What the fuck are you talking? It's the win con, not even with Maxx. They're still trash. True bugs. It feels obvious to me that the only way that the game can continue and prosper is banless or a new format. The power creep in the game is just insane. Absolutely disagree with this. I think people are just disillusioned because they're on fucking Reddit. Whatever. It seems to me, Maxx, maybe a last band-aid in the game to keep the actual... or this might sound crazy, but Konami could also pre-hit decks that are obviously tier 1. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? People agreed. Or we could ban Appo. That also would work, right? The data is already there. This goes on release. OCG and TCG are 6 to 9 months ahead. I don't know why Master Duel has to suffer every single format for months. For months. Dude, it's been a month. We've had Malice for... yeah, I think 2 months now. 2 months. It's been around for 2 months. We got it in July. Showed up in July. And you're... what the fuck are you talking about? I guess people just don't want to play the game. Oh, wait. That's why they're on Reddit. Instead of playing the game, they'd rather talk about how unfun or unfair the game is. Oh! Oh, duh! Yeah, but of course! Months before getting a similar state in the OCG, but even this, come close to TCG because I don't really refuse to burn from a lot of cards. Called by... Clearly make a choice like, with Ryzeal, look at Abyss Dweller, that's a good hit, no Eclipse Twins on release, that's a good decision. Meanwhile, Malice is literally every card at 3 at the same time in a format where there's 2 Gold Sark and Apo legal, more powerful than any other format in best of 1 game, where Degen Turbo combo decks are already at a massive advantage. I wouldn't necessarily say that, but sure, bud. That's not Maxx holding the game together. It's lingering floodgates, giving the illusion that this game isn't suffering horribly from garbage releases and banless decisions. Suit yourself, dude. You just hate the game. Just don't play it. Goddamn, you dumb piece of shit. No need to turn the game into TCG. Just actually put more than 5 minutes of thought into how cards are released and how certain cards warp the game. I do agree things like Called by Maxx Apo should be banned, but I don't necessarily... There's a reply. Hold on. The releases are weird, but there's a lot more than haha weeb deck strong to this data. Floodgates, particularly ones that don't let the opponent special summon at all, were much more prominent last year because of Yubel. Apo was used in both Snake Eye Fire King and Yubel, so Apo doesn't take the blame either. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, currently entering the 3rd month of Malice. No. We are still in the 2nd month. We are not currently entering the 3rd month. We have yet to hit 2 months of Malice. What I'm saying is that there's an absolute... Sorry. What I'm saying is that there's absolutely a difference between last year and this year's turn 1 win rate. And it's going to require a lot of changes to make that straight. No, it's not. You literally just make Malice worse and the win rate evens out. What the fuck are you talking about? There's one deck. Okay. You see that graph of how much Maxx does for both players. It's a fucked up solution. Don't. It still gets the numbers to look better. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, it certainly looks fucking better. Don't you agree? Yeah, this looks better for me, too. What are you talking about? What number? What are you where did you get what is happening? Do people not understand how numbers work? I didn't even take fucking stats in high school, and I understand how these fucking numbers work. Did we just not understand, like, how to count? This is closer to 40. Actually, it's closer to 50, which is the mark we should be looking at, than this. That's just definitive. Are we blind? Are we not seeing the numbers? I'm actually losing my mind. It's so funny how let's just read the rest of this comment. Banning Maxx alone will only ruin the game. Who is feeding them this information? Who is telling them this? I swear, nobody is coming to this conclusion themselves. No one is thinking about Yu-Gi-Oh! In any capacity and going, this is how I think. I think banning Maxx is only gonna ruin the game. What are you... And there's so much to be done before... What? Explain to me what? They just say things. They don't actually understand even what they're saying. What are you talking... Huh? It's it's so funny. It's actually so much funnier to just read Redditors' comments rather than actually... I mean, to be fair, these are way funnier than any of the memes they've ever given me, because it's just so unbelievably wrong in every way. Just all across the spectrum, everyone is saying things that make no sense. You typed this out. You had time to fucking think. This is not you just spouting out nonsense because you're in front of someone and then being like, wait, no, I didn't mean that way. You typed this out. You actively went, typa. You had time to think about your answer, and you thought of this? This was what you thought of? Did you actually, you just clicked buttons, didn't you? You clearly just... The game is ruining the game. Maxx is the cherry on top. True. In a way, I wish they could just ban Maxx. I wish they would just ban Maxx, hoping Konami would realize the problems they created, the card games, the last couple of years. Because then it would be an almost literal coin flip sim. What are you talking about? What are you... Okay. Alright. Are the comments on this one any more insightful? And that means nothing. With all due respect, the problem with Maxx is boosting win rate going first and second. Wait! Wait! What? Being completely generic and ruins deck building! Wait! They understand! He gets it! Let's fucking go! He said it! He said it in one fucking sentence! He figured it out! Holy shit! Bro said it! And it means nothing! I cannot express how happy I am that there is one person with a fucking brain on the internet. That's insane! Holy shit! We found him! Caesar! Hail Kaiser! Let's go! Let's not forget that this is small research, a closed tournament with decks everyone knows what's going to be, with some respect to the best players in the world. This is if this is an argument pro Maxx, it's completely nonsense. I'm gonna nut. Oh, it's a smart person on the internet. That's crazy. Let's go, Caesar. Holy crap. Ban the damn roach. Read the comment. Whoa. Wait, what? What comments above you? Oh, hey, this guy showed up multiple times. This means that the game is already broken without the C, and C is acting as an ugly band-aid? What are you talking about? Yes, it is ugly, but the game will break if you remove... Okay. No. Hold on. No, I'm... What is this? Is this a broken game? What are you talking about? Okay. You know what? Hold on. Let's go back in time. Let's go back in time to even before this deck was relevant. Let's go back to Malice and Ryziel format, okay? Where? Let's go to the WCQ. Right? Game's broken. I wish we had the stats. Clearly, this game is broken. Clearly, these 485 players are just delusional and don't understand how to play a fun game. Even if Maxx makes going second more viable than any other card, it doesn't promote healthy gameplay and should be banned. Absolutely, thank you. Yes. If Maxi doesn't discourage players from playing combo decks, then it is not doing its job. A Maxi degenerate like you belongs on a cross. Thank you, Plane. It's true to Kaiser. You're right, my bad. Oh my gosh. Wow. Two sentences in a row that are, like, based and absolutely make sense and follow clear and understandable logic on a fucking Reddit post? That's crazy. It is just restricting deck building, forcing every deck to play the 6 outs, even if they won't need to against the Charmies, like Memento. Yeah, keep talking. Keep talking. Also, Maxi in these days would be replaced by different, strong going second cards that should boost the win rate, and decks would be built different overall. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Keep talking. Keep talking. Another thing to consider is that Malice, the greatest going first deck ever, in my opinion, if no Lancia, and Ryzeal are way better than everything else, that they make going second look even worse. True, Mermail is also unreasonably good going first when decks are not prepared for it with Drolls. Ban Maxi, and then ban the toxic oppressive decks. Alright. We gotta be done talking about Maxi, but ending on a high note. There are people out there, they understand. Let's go. I like how people act like Konami can't ban other cards if they ban Maxi. Dude, oh, man. Okay, let's talk about, we're gonna play Memento. We're gonna play PAX, Memento list from Worlds. So, let's pull that up real quick. Here it is. Playing the one droplet is very funny. But I do like Book of Eclipse. I think that is very interesting. I also don't mind evenly matched. And, honestly, I don't think we're gonna change a card from this. At least in main deck. I think we're going to play pretty much card for card this. A patrolling Reddit makes you wish for a nuclear winter. True. Okay. The one droplet. Very funny. We're playing 2 of this. We're playing 2 of that. We're not playing the actual Goblinos. So we can cut all of these like Xyz. For the most part. We're not playing triple tack. We are playing Book and Evenly. Book of Eclipse. Evenly. Playing 3 of you? 3 of you, 3 of you, 3 of you. 1 goblin? Hey, yup. Just don't draw it, forehead. It's that simple. And then 1 horned dragon. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, I can't type. There he is. What am I missing? Oh, 1 for 1. There it is. Okay, and then let's look at the extra deck. Not playing Elf. We're playing Verte. Oh. Whoa. Okay. Drago Stapelia. Fuko. God damn it. Little Fujo. Typhon. Why did I act surprised when I said Typhon? I don't know. Apo access code. Artemis. What the hell does Artemis do? I'm genuinely confused as to what Artemis is used for. Oh, wait, no. Because this requires a spellcaster? Is it just to go, like, SP? Is it to convert this into this? Oh, maybe it's to go, Artemis into Lina. So that you can Lina, like, take a Ryziel monster or something like that? Oh, maybe. The Malice players came after you today. Got hit by Imperm on my Lucius, Impulse on my Femena, and Called by on my Lance. God damn. Mitsu, Fiend, Smith, ban them all. Artemis. Cross. EP. Lina. Verte. No Elf. No Dahark. And then Selene. Pack. This is... We're playing Called By, right? Yeah, okay. This is a list. That's all I'm going to say. This deck really hates Ryziel. That is true. That is not untrue. And I think that's the idea, because the other deck was really hating on Malice, so I get it. Your fridge started leaking? Oh, dude, that's the worst. Oh, I'm sorry, bud. For body equity and getting names engraved? Yeah, I would imagine that's the case. I was just wondering if there was actually a reason to play, like, Artemis. The only thing I could think of is, like, Lina, other than those. Yeah, I guess, like, you just put a name into grave. Oh, it also allows you to pivot into, like, SP. You just, like... It's just, like, a Link 1 that you can use to go into SP. Is there a better Link 1? No, not really, right? Because you're not going to use Owl Mirage. Like, I think Owl Mirage is just worse, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, it makes sense. I'm not, like, 100% a fan of it, but it's also not terrible. Cool. Jesse hacked your fridge. Ow! Pyrazine relinquished. Cool. Alright, let us begin our ranked journey. Lyman 2... Why'd that look different? Did y'all see that? The color was, like, very different from normal. Anyway. Oh, sick, I can go first. Let's go! Ooh, this hand's pretty good. Ass. Sure. Hit Master today and it was a stress fest? Yeah. Cool. Tatsu. I don't think you ever asked this. Do you think my opponent knows how Memento is supposed to be played? Or played against? Probably not, let's be honest. They made it gold? Random change, but who really cares? Ah. They look more bronze, but maybe that's because I skipped the rest of the animation. Hey. We actually get to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. Do you have, like, Imperm? Okay, Cockroach. I really don't want to ash this, because if they have Imperm, we die anyway, but, yeah. We ash this. Yeah. And now Shaleepi's online, which is huge. Yeah, if that just, like, doesn't resolve, we're so cooked. For sure, for sure. You sleep. Do you have, like, Fool Loss here or something? Do you have Impulse? Impulse, okay, sure. So, like, here I could go Artemis, but that doesn't accomplish anything. I think I literally just pass here. We'll set this. We'll pass. Now, if they normal summon a Dormouse, we do lose. So, we'll see how this goes. Normal summon Dormouse, right? Oh, that's close. Nope. Do you have March Hair? No, it's the trap. So the trap has to be like TB here to do anything. MTP doesn't do it. Do you have March Hare in hand? Okay, yeah, you got it, bud. Three hand traps, the two best starters in the deck. Seems fair. Seems fair, seems fair. I love having a card that literally doesn't do anything if Maxx's not in the game. So cool, yeah, dude. Imagine if that was a card that actually did something. Damn. That's all. This hand's just funny. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Uh-huh. Yep. Sure. Why do we pop this one? Yes, sure. Huh? Sure. That doesn't matter. Except it does. You're supposed to just bring back the, Arvada. Cool, fun. Kieran. Sure. Yeah, you got it. Doesn't matter that it's just called by. If I had, like, one card that's not evenly, I probably have a game there. But yeah, I can't do anything there. It's a very unplayable game. Of course, against, like, one opponent who doesn't give a shit about the evenly. I draw evenly. God damn, dude. Okay. Oh, literally anything else would have been better there. Droplet, the Goblin Biker, quick play, just fucking any. What? Oh, they have called by, it doesn't matter. Alright, well, any name allows me to actually get into this game. Because I can, like, Book of Eclipse, a Savage Dragon, force out the Omni Negation from that, and then, like, evenly matched. Oh, fuck you, game. Hey, maybe we get to play the game. Probably not. Does it remove the counter for cost or effect? I'm not certain. Okay, I may have lied. I may have lied to you. Oh, this hand doesn't do shit. That's comedy. Good go. Yeah. Alright, game. Alright, game. Sure. Kashtira. Sure. Normal. What would be normally? Huh? Yeah. There's cockroach. I'm guessing ash here, right? Cross out. Okay. Sure. Yep. Alright, go face down. Alright, I simply top deck something that actually does something here. Trust Copium. I mean, it is just Pot of Greed, so I'm gonna get Max Seed. I'm certain of that. Alright, bud. Dude, what the hell is this? Okay. Okay. Sure game. Pack, I'm not liking this deck. It's not very good. Can I not draw Akihiron and stupid asshole in my hand, please? Can I draw a hand that actually, like, does something? We've had one game where I've drawn playable. Literally one. Oh, cool, we drew... Okay, this hand actually does something. That's crazy! Wow, imagine having a hand that does anything. Could not be me. I hate you, Konami. I hate you. I hate you. Actually, to be fair, we did draw playable against the other person who fucking disconnected! Just don't disconnect on me, sir. Please, just don't disconnect on me. And I won't disconnect on you. I promise. Maxi is not real. It can't hurt you. Smile. Alright, I'm gonna go with Totsuki. Imperm, sure, of course. Let me guess, Imperm 2, Electric Blue Veiler, of course. Of course. Sure, yeah, that's fine. Okay, 1 for 1. Do you have Ash? Do you have Ash here? Nope. Okay, cool. Out comes the mace. You've got to be kidding me. Okay. Okay. Sure. I can't make Verte here. Annoyingly. Can go Cross Sheep. Can I go that? No. I don't have another way of getting another guy on field. Problematic. Okay, let's do this and this. Let's go Lina. Lina. Grab Valor. Could make Apo here. That's probably the play, right? We go Celine. We Reborn. Oh, we can't do that, though. Because of the fact that we don't have a spellcaster that we can summon sideways. And we don't have enough spells. Celine's stupid here. I can't really go Verte. Because I didn't have the ability to destroy a card. Okay, well. Make SP. Yeah. Sure. SP Level Knight. Banish. You. Primite. Sure. Was this motherfucking Primite Blue Eyes? Okay. 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 Typhon. Or yeah. Yeah. Imagine being Blue Eyes and not drawing literally everything you could have ever asked for. That's crazy, dude. Yeah. Of course. Literally nothing I could do there. Go. Alright, disgusting human being who deserves nothing but death and destruction for drawing literally 3 hand traps full combo through everything. God, dude. Yeah, dude. Primite, yeah, go fuck yourself in the ass, you stupid piece of shit. God, Primite cards. God, Primite cards are just the fucking worst, dude. Fucking bullshit. Dude, what the hell was that? Yeah, of course they just draw everything. Of course they just draw everything. Why would they not have drawn everything, dude? I'm so disgusted by that game. That game was the worst game of Yu-Gi-Oh! I've ever had to experience. Okay, this hand at least fucking does something. terrible play. This play is terrible. I understand it. I just don't think it's good. Yeah, we'll go bum party here. Paw Goblin. I don't know. Summon. Yeah, Dark Blade. Lovely. Huh? I think it's still this guy, right? God, I hate Plaid so much, dude. Yo. The sleepy. Let's go. Sleepy. This guy, you and you. Twin. Twin. Pop self. Oh, I should pop this guy. That's fine. Add you and you. Normal. You. Special. Dark Blade. Dark Blade effect. Pitch Trihorned. Pop this guy. Let's go Anduich. Target Goblin. Pop Sleep. Summon Goblin. Sleepy. Send Huron. Goblin. Yeah, we can pop up Goblin. Send the boy. And... Fusion. Aki Huron. Dude, just scoop it up. The game's over. Okay, let's go Fusion. Poppy Huron. Add another Fusion. Poppy Huron. It adds it, right? Yeah. We'll add back the Trihorn. Hello? Okay. Let's go Fusion. What are we thinking about? Finally. Jesus Christ. Why does it take so long? Also, I think you actually just set regular welcome there. You and you and you and yep, just those. Out comes the boy. Send name. I already have those. Yeah, we'll just send those two again. And then we get to go this guy. This just pops cards, right? Yep. By the way, have it normaled. 10 out of 10. Love to see it. You, and you, and you. Field spell. Target. Special summon. I don't know, into which. Who cares? Cool. Let's go you, and you, and you. Normal mace effect. Destroy this one. To add, we already have Fusion engraved. We'll grab Bone Party here then. Summon this guy. Let's go. Do you have a light engrave? No. I could go Verte here. That is true. I could go Verte. Cross EP is like not terrible here. Yeah, let's go cross EB. Some crosses. Sure. Set one. Pass. Field spell. Set a second. Eat. We don't even have to pop? Yeah. Yeah, I totally still have battle phase. Oh, right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Summon Andwich here. Okay, let's go. Chain Link 1. Chain Link 2. Targeting. Chain Link 3. Yeah, I shouldn't have summoned Andwich here. I should have summoned, like, Gaddock to add Mace or something. Mm-hmm. I don't know, special Mace here. I should have special Dash. That would have been funny. Special Trihorn. And search the Sleep. And then Aki Huron. It's funny. Oh, that's reciprocal. Oh, that's funny. That's fine. They're not playing Memento Monsters. Smile. Hmm. Hello? Yeah, okay. Why'd that take so long for them to figure that out? Bro's never played against Memento in his life. And you could tell. He's like, hold on. How did they all of a sudden put 10 bajillion cards on their field? It's like, that's how the deck works. Cool. Thanks for making me sit through that. It's funny because the threat of even though I didn't actually activate Evenly, the threat of Evenly was enough for them to be like, ah! And then I killed them because of it. This hand does stuff. That's true. Ash? No, sick. Okay. I'll Aki Huron. Summon out the boy. The boy. Chain Link 1. Chain Link 2. Backbone. No imperm. Sick. Love to see it. That would have sucked balls. But alas, we're good. Tatsu. What's a trap that benefits from being banished? Sword Soul. The Sword Soul Blackout. Okay. I'll bite. I technically don't need to do that, but I'm gonna. Because I really want my Sleepy. Chain Link 1, Gaddock. Waking the Dragon. What else? There's not a lot that benefits specifically from being banished. I struggle to think of anything that, like, activates by being banished. Like, when it's banished. There's a lot that, like, banish themselves to do a thing, either from grave or from somewhere. Yeah, there's not a lot that, like, do a thing. Because that kind of defeats the purpose of the trap card, right? Uh-huh. A Metaphys trap. 3 Sword Soul traps. Now that's funny. Yeah, again, it kind of defeats the purpose of a trap to have a thing that it does when banished. It's like the opposite of what you would want out of a trap. So it does make sense to not have a trap do a thing there. And they died to Nibiru. I love when my opponents are terrible and get rewarded. It's not like it matters here, but... all of the Sword Soul traps just summon a token. Not surprising. Okay. This is a terrible, no good, very bad play. I hate this play. This play is awful. The fuck? You're actively wasting your time if you're playing Master Duel, trying to rank up and not playing the 2 decks. Sure. What the fuck are we doing here? Okay. Now it feels that way with Malice Orisial. I feel the exact opposite. I feel like there's a ton of shit that you can play because it's goddamn ranked. Dude, there are so many ways to take advantage of the fact that there's only, like, 2 decks that everyone's playing. I think Memento is extremely good. I think you could play Sprite. You could play, like, Anti-Meta Stun. You could play, of course, the top 2 decks. You could play Mermail. You could play Fiendsmith variants, like Fiendsmith Control and what have you. You could play just... what are you talking about? Infernoble? No. I'm not gonna lie, this seems terrible. This seems so bad. What happens if I activate literally anything? Also, it's fine. To be fair, they hit my Sleepy, which makes me sad. I'm sad. Man, that's something. Cool, battle. Cool, end of battle. Fuck you and yours. What? Yeah. Sure. What the hell does this do? What? Maxi. Cool. That's it. So I can make Typhon here. Typhon actually goes crazy here. I'm only slightly lying to you. We bone. Do I know the last card in hand? I don't think I do, right? That was really dumb. It's fine, but that was really dumb. We go Sleepy. What is going Android get me? Nothing. Because we already have the Sleepy. Yeah, we go Sleepy. What? Okay. They're like Baylor? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Cool. We'll send this guy. All right. Huh? Nice, extremely heavy committal to ripping 2 cards out of my hand and then missing. People are doing that, by the way? That seems aggressively bad. Is there a purpose to playing that line? I mean, obviously there it looks bad, but like, what does that work against? What is that good against? Prayers. Hopes and prayers and dreams. I swear if this is Infernoid, I'm gonna break my nose. I swear if this is Infernoid. It only becomes good when the Automat stuff drops. Does it? Like, okay. So, So, in theory, what does that be? Right, like, in theory, theoretically, what does that beat? What is that? What the hell are we? Okay, whatever. In theory, what does that line beat? Why are we playing Purge? What? Do we know how Purge works? No. Hold on. Ouroboros, there, it rips 2 cards with the plug-in line. Like, it's not terrible. right? But my question is, what does that beat? It, like, does that do something in particular? Like normal that is like a normal out to Ryzeal? It beats... hopes and dreams, I guess? I don't know. Because the thing is, right, the opponent has the ability, right, looking at the opponent's deck, the opponent has the ability to go for Starliege, Baguska, Duo Drive. He thought you were on Tenpai? Dude, the first card he discarded was a Memento card. I'm on Tenpai, trust. They could have also gone Starliege, Duo Drive, Detonator if they wanted to, instead of Baguska. They could have also gone for just Duo Drive, Detonator, a bunch of cards in hand. They could have even searched Nibiru off of Gallant Granite. They just elected not to. But again, like, is there a reason? I'm like genuinely trying to think like, oh, Ouroboros allows us to stop like Mermail? I guess? I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. Okay, bud. Okay, bud. Would have worked if you didn't have Evenly. Would it have? Like, yes, with that specific hand, you are technically correct. However, if I drew Book of Eclipse, if I drew Droplet, if I drew a myriad of other things, it doesn't. If I drew a hand trap, it doesn't. Right? So yes, if they snipe the Evenly, there you go. With that hand, he does meet me. That is true. However, I also would have had Sleepy or Called By, which could have helped significantly. So, hard to say, hard to leg, but... Really only does stuff when the Automat stuff plus Twins is released. If I have so many 4s, the low risk, high reward. See, that makes sense. That's reasonable. But again, the question is, what does it beat? Like, what is the purpose of the Ouroboros if it doesn't beat anything? Like, does it beat board breakers? Is there like a board breaker that we're worried about? Because the thing is, like, unless you snipe the card, it doesn't actually beat the card, and then your board is just objectively weaker to the interaction. It's weaker to things like Book of Eclipse or Triple Tack or Ultimate Slayer or Evenly Matched or all of that stuff. Unless you just hit the cards. So again, it's not like it's actually beating anything, unless you're just wanting to get lucky. Unless you have the ability to do that in addition to the entire rest of the board. It's like, you don't... Well, Murakumo... doesn't exist. It's not real. It can't hurt you. Murakumo, the Mitsurugi card, right? Or am I thinking of something else? Hand's great. Normal summon. Effective. Sick. Anguich. Add. Let's see. Again, chat. The reason I'm asking, like, oh, does this beat anything, is because I don't want to immediately condemn it. I don't want to be like, wow, that looked terrible in that one specific game. It's like, no, hold on. What is the thought process? What is the theory? Does it actually have merit? Because it doesn't look terrible. Like, I did get hand ripped for 2, and if they were a little bit better, I would have been out of that game, right? So I'm like, okay, what does this beat, right? What is it that it does? What is the purpose behind it? Does it actually perform anything? You know, does it actually, like, benefit the deck in one way or another? Is it worth playing over playing something else? Is it worth going for this line? That was my thought process. Does anyone have, like, a, does anyone know for certain? Has anyone played that line? Do we know? Do we have someone in chat who's like, here's what it does? Sorry, my cards when I hand trap them. I was on 3 cards. He left me with 1. Okay. See, that explains why. It's like, oh yeah, you leave them on a card. And then they can't do anything. And, like, that's the idea. See, that's not terrible. We'll put back the Gaddock and the Darkblade. Loop for 3 by Onomat Ryzeal. Okay. Add this guy. Add... What do I add here? Mace. I guess. Sure. Chainlink 1. Target. Chainlink 2. And then 3. Detonator and crew. What does detonator and crew mean? Was it just detonator, or was it like the full board? Because if it's the full board, that's kind of crazy, right? That's kind of wacky. Do we summon Mace here? Yes. Add fusion spell? Add fusion spell. Akihiron. Add back. Sleep. Make Eepy. Bone Party. Pop Eepy. Summon Goblin. Eepy. Goblin. Sheep. Eepy. There we go. It's all good. Don't worry too much about it. I guess we'll send this guy. then we will reborn him. Oh, we've already done that one. Let's go with this guy, Angewitch. We'll go Angewitch. Grab Mace. Pop Cell. Now I can make Fuko. Ruko. Don't think about it. Pop Cell. Send. You. And you. Just putting more guys in grave with this guy. Oh, let's summon this guy. And into Apo, because for some fucking reason I gotta do this. Hip hip hurrah. I shouldn't have put back that guy. That was stupid. It's fine. More or less. Okay. We will simply set. Pass. Go like this. We'll reset the bone party. The bones! We have Aki Huron, Eepy, Angewitch. Sure. I'm gonna get Kaiju, or something of that nature. Sure, we'll go Fusion. And we'll change the Bone Party. Into, what do we want here? Gaddock? Oh, we'll just add Mace. We'll go Twin here, you, and... you? Hold on, I have to think here. Yeah. Ooh, Twin. Chain 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Do you have a second one? Like droplet here? Sure. Okay. Pop Cell. I should pop the Aki here on there. Add this guy. And add what was it, Goblin, I guess? And then we'll go chain link 1, chain link 2, target, and sure, I'll go chain link 3, just chain block here. Cool. Goblin. Called by? Nope, sick. Special summon you. Yeah, special summon Dark Blade, I guess. And Twitch. Sure. Mutant Malice. Sure. Add Gaddock. Alright, we sleep. I like the name Mutant Malice. That sounds cool. That's it. You have like Impulse or something? What do you have? What are you activating here? My brother in Christmas, huh? I'm almost certain they have another Widow Anchor. What does this accomplish? Sir? Yes, please negate my Apo. Thank you. There we go. Bro's trying to figure out why he couldn't target any of my other monsters. Yeah, imagine. You can Ultimus and Beast. True, you could do that. That is technically true. You could theoretically, in theory, do that. Smile. Chain one, chain two. Nice Widow Anchor. Crazy. Send, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, I guess. Send names. We'll go Gaddock here. We will add back the fusion. Alright, bud. Kill me. I dare you. Thrust. Sure. No. Uh-huh. Sure. Wait until he has 2 engaged? True. That would have sucked. Yep. Crazy. Uh-huh. Sure. Yep. Uh-huh. This is during main phase? Yep. Cool. The hell is Kagari doing here? Being cool. Smile. Have I misread Goblin here? No. No, I read that correctly. Okay. Oh, that's the, okay, sure. That's the wrong guy, but, sure, but... Oh, by card effect. Never mind. I read this card wrong. Wow. Sir. Is that motherfucking Shizuku? Oh, that's crazy. Mm-hmm. Damn, that's crazy. Okay. End of main. Yoink. Thanks. Uh-huh. 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 You can have that back. Yeah, sure, bud. I'm gonna go like this. And I'm gonna pop you. And I'm gonna pop you. And that's it. The third Widowwinker! Comedy. Wagon bug. Wagon bug. Nice and gage. Sure, sure. Yep, yep, yep. Alright, I have 60 seconds here. Let's see if I can kill him in 60. That's a pretty damn good card to draw to kill him in 60. Will it matter? Fucking no. Anyway, cool. Ill Fusion. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Fun party, I guess. Chain link 1. Chain link 2. Does Gaddock not trigger there? Why does Gaddock not trigger there? Okay. Nice main monsters, huh? That's why I stole that. I was like, ooh, hey. Summon Mace. Sure, sure. Effecto. Uh-huh. This is, Memento monsters. Memento monsters, specifically. Specifically. Okay. Well then, let's just go... I guess we'll just go Fusion here. Sure. Yeah. We'll go... this guy. You, and you. Into this guy. Cool out. Negate. Thanks, bud. Uh-huh. And then... wait, what? It's still affected. Rude. Oh, shit. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that, you know? Not gonna lie. Did not think about that. That's okay. They're still dead here. They should still be dead here, right? We go combat. We walk with this guy. I need to deal 1,000? Oh, I guess they're not technically dead here, right? Mm-hmm. 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 This just negates their activation effects? Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, I read that wrong. Kinda. Sure. This guy. Hey, that's cool. Yeah. Anyway. I'm gonna lose to the fucking timer. Poor guy. Bro had no clue what was going on. But to be fair, they also chose to have no clue because they decided to play this deck. At the very least, they're using the good engage artwork. At least they're using the good artworks. Hip, hip, hooray. Yay. I gotta go first again. The alt art is lit? No. Ah! Let me specify. Not on a card. I love the artwork. I think the artwork is great as well. Big fan. The alt art is nowhere near as good as the OG. Especially as a card. Okay, I've gotten this far. Hip hip hooray, bud. We're off to the races. Hope old art will come back when the new Sky Striker support comes. I don't. Add EP. You have March Hare in hand? Alright, let's EP. A lot of artworks are very similar. Where it's like, oh, if you get to actually look at the full artwork, sick as hell. But confined to the little box in the card, not very good. Right? A lot of artworks are like that in Yu-Gi-Oh! But do you know what the best artworks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are? The artworks that are not confined by that. That are not constrained by that. Right? Those are always, almost always, I should say, the best ones. We'll add, oh, we haven't normaled. We'll add, I guess Mace. Special summon you. We'll special summon this guy. I could go cross EP. Alright, let's do this. I shouldn't have special summoned this guy. This guy doesn't do anything here. We will add to hand the Bone Party. There or something. Cool. Let's go fusion. I was like half expecting impulse there, to be fair. 1, 2, 3. Here. Okay. We will send you and you and you. Yep. Benish. I guess I actually could have not sent this guy and just popped this guy instead. I think that was a big. I think that was a mistake. Yeah. That's okay, that's okay. We'll make it work. Okay, let's go fusion. Let's add another Bone Party. Let's go this one, targeting, and Akihiron. I wish Jinzo was meta. No, you don't. No, you don't. Bone Party. Let's special summon the... We've already gone for you. Oh, we haven't gone for you. Okay, yeah. We'll special summon you here. We'll go Chain Link 1. Chain Link 2. Chain Link 3. Grab back the... we'll put back this guy, actually. Add... Goblin? Add Sleepy. We sleep. There used to be a Jinzo OTK deck? Not really. I could go Celine here. Except for the fact that I'm lying to you, and I can't. Because I don't have enough bodies. Okay, we'll just make Apo here, then. Apollo. One, two, three, 4, 5. Put back the Sleepy. I know, crazy. Aki Heron is just better to have in general here. Out comes the boy. There's that Bone Party. I shouldn't have set the other Bone Party. I should have kept it in hand, to be fair. Yeah, that's fine. Allure? Sure, I'll Cockroach here. Nice March Hare in hand, by the way. Cheshire. No, that's fine. Infirm? Yeah, sure. That's an interesting draw. Sure. Out comes this guy. Yep. It's this guy. Chain Link 1. Chain Link 2. Add Fusion. Add... We sleep. This one. Huron. Yep. Sure. Dormouse. Shore mouse. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Triple tack. Take. Fucking... Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, good game. Maxi! No, Maxi totally helped my opponent there, going second. The problem with La Cockroach... La Cockroach. You got thinking like he played Exodia? Yeah. He was really looking for that out. He's like, surely I can kill my opponent here. I was like, yeah, dude. Good luck. Well, we drew evenly, which is pretty nice. The rest of the hand is kind of weak, though. It's not great. Especially because we drew Goblin, which, like, really sucks balls. Mhm. Am I just getting turn skipped? Is that what's happening? Sure. Yeah. I'm just not gonna sit through this. Yeah, dude, Plat's real cool. I love playing against a random fucking FTK. Yeah, dude. I hope my opponent had fun. They didn't. But I hope they tried. Okay, dude, sure. Do you think... do people think that's fun? Do people actually like that deck? Or is it just one of those things where it's like, well, I just immediately get to win the game? That's probably it, right? I don't know. We're gonna add ourselves the... Yeah, I think we add Sleepy here. Watch your opponent suffer, but that's the thing. You don't watch them suffer. They just immediately die. There's no suffering. There's no nothing. Nothing happens. The game just ends. Add Mace here. Huh? We sleep. It's not just a regular FTK? True. That doesn't make it any less boring. It's still a boring FTK. Big guy, big lad, large, and in charge. Effect. Send 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go Anguish. Grab back Mace. Pop you. This guy. Just no one is playing Nib, by the way. It's just not a thing that's happening anymore. Cool. This head's back, right? Yeah. So let's do this. Add the fusion. Add back the fusion. Okay. And then we'll go... We'll go cross EB. These two here. We'll go cross sheep. I guess just into this guy, right? You here. Genetic 1. Genetic 2. Goblin here. Pop self. Add you. Add you, because you're just another name. Twin, ya, special. I don't know this guy. Doesn't really matter. We haven't gone fusion yet, nor have we gone goblin. Okay, so let's go goblin here. We goblino. We're gonna send names here. Oh, I'm stupid. I should have added the field spell a while ago. Send another name. Okay, let's go Apo. Yay. Yay, Apo. Okay, hold on. Oh, shit, that's not what I wanted. Whoops, my bad. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted to do. It's fine. We can make it work. Oh, it's because I shuffled back the guy. Oh, I'm stupid. It's fine. Okay, yeah, we had the field spell here. Field spell. I forgot why. It's fine. It works. It's fine. You, and you. How many do I have? I have enough. Okay, so we go this guy. And then we go... You're not a once per, right? Yeah, okay. And then we get to go SP. And then we get to make this guy again. We get to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm. Go. And then this. Set this. Again, I should have kept the bone party in hand. That's stupidity on my part. I forgot about the field spell. I forgot about the field spell. Sure. Did my opponent die? What happened? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we negate that. Don't you just die to Appo? Or am I crazy? Yeah, let's do this. Could go Guardian Chimera here. I'm not gonna do that. We'll go. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Uh-huh. Add back Sleepy. Cool. No, that's fine. What's this doing? Sure. specifically goes into a Memento fusion monster. So, yeah, sure, that's fine. What the hell? Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. Oh. Oh, he's bad. Okay, sure. I mean, it doesn't matter, because Maxx. Oh, never mind. They're bad. Okay, cool. Cool, we live. Well, Mermail isn't even really an attribute pile deck. It's just Mermail and Atlantean, which are archetypal cards. Sure, yeah, for sure. For sure. Yep, SP comes back. I can make Typhon here, right? Typhon's like okay. It's not exceptional, but yeah, I could. Sure. Yep. What? Then... okay. Let's go with Tatsu. Uh-huh. Right. For sure. Okay, cool. Let's go fusion here. Let's go with this guy. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Here. Perfect. Do you have another motherfucker? Are you kidding me? Sure. Yeah, let's do this. Uh-huh. We're gonna pop this guy. We're gonna add to hand Gaddock. Nope. Add it to hand. So that I can discard it. What a fun game. Trishula. Fucking sure, dude. Uh-huh. Fucking sure, dude. 1, 2, and 3. Chain link 1. Targeting. Chain link 2. This also missed this timing, by the way. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep, this guy. Cool, Gaddock. Add fusion. Yep. No, that's fine. Go combat. Attack. Uh-huh. Go sleepy. Yep. Sleep. This can summon from grave, can it? Oh, never mind. I lose to time. That's crazy. Yeah, lose to time. That's crazy. Wow, what a bullshit game. What a terrible, no good, very bad, horrible, just incredibly terrible game. Thank you, Lancia, for fucking existing, dude. Just piss off at that bullshit. Dude, like, come the fuck on. Go fuck yourself. Konami, can I have more than, like, 2 goddamn seconds? Can I have 2 goddamn seconds? Why is it that I only get 30 fucking seconds on my opponent's turn? God, dude, just give me more time. I hard win that game if I can actually play the fucking game, but no, I can't. Not allowed. Oh, you want to think? You want to think about anything? Go fuck yourself. That's what Konami's saying. I cooked too hard? The fuck? What are you talking about? What do you mean I cooked too hard? I played the fucking game. That's what I did. What I did was I played the game. My opponent was on fucking Lancia. If I have more time, I easily beat that. But nope. Don't have more time. You've got to be kidding me. Let's go. Cool, they didn't have called by or crossout. Ooh, that's a very good card. Should I have said fusion? Maybe. Thinking. Yeah. Also, wait, hold on. What was the... What was this? What do you... Goes like I'm branded, I guess? I don't know. Okay. Also, if you're wondering why I activated Book of Clips there, I mean, to be fair, it's pretty obvious, right? If, like, I Book of Eclipse and they don't have anything, I can just kind of win the game on the spot. But it's actually less that, and it's more to see if they have Ash, because they 1000% Ash that, and then I go Maxx C, and then we're off to the races. Sure. All Bone Party here. Pop. Get it. Special this guy. Add this guy. Does this only grab monsters? Oh, by a memento monster effect. Right. Okay. We'll go Tatsu. Tatsu. Effecto. Send you. Send you. Send you. Yeah. Antwitch. Target. Gaddock. Gaddock. Add back. Sleep. Sleep on that thing. Sure. Okay. We'll go fusion here. Into this guy. 1, 2, 3. Sure. Oh. Send, and... name. Fusion. Pop this guy. Add, fusion. Key here on. Nib? You have Ghost Bell? What the fuck do you have? I could just make Apo here. What does this one specifically say? Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna make a format Apo here. Cool. Let's go. Be my big-ass Apo. And I still more or less have full combo, which is kind of funny. Duster. Sure. Oh, I should have, yeah, I should have done that the other way. It's fine. It's a little annoying, but it's fine. Add back this guy. Bonfire. No. I guess I lose. Oh, never mind. They're stupid. Yeah. You're supposed to do that the other way. Sword effect. No. Sure. I'll go sleepy here. Fantastic. What? Imagine if Harpy's Feather Duster wasn't a fucking card, dude. Imagine if I didn't immediately lose to one fucking card's existence. 10 out of 10, no notes. Imagine if I just chained differently as well, and I changed Fusion into Bone Party, and then I had the ability to, like, fuse into the big guy. Sure. Wait, isn't just Go Combat there better? Am I missing something? Oh. Yeah. Sure. Mm-hmm. Do you have, like, Ash here? Oh. Okay. Right. Because of course we draw fucking every... I'm so pissed, dude. Of course... Literally, if it's not exactly goddamn Harpy's Feather Duster, this opponent doesn't get to play the fucking game. But of course they draw Fool Loss and Harpies and full combo through everything. Just fuck yourself, game. Fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Like, what the fuck was that? What bullshit is that? I guess I should just Ash the Fool Loss so that I can make my actual full board. So, I love losing to just the stupidest fucking cards. That's my favorite, dude. I love losing to just bullshit that is entirely out of my control. Yeah, dude, for sure. Okay. Sick, dude. Yeah, 10 out of 10. How nuts. You having fun? Yeah, dude, just everything I fucking despise about this game. Hell yeah, dude. Just everything I hate about this game. But of course, why would we not also have Droplet? Yeah, dude, for sure. What a fun game that I had a part in. 10 out of 10. Short bud. Triple attack. Can we, why does this card exist? I hate this card, dude. This card just shouldn't exist. It's so terrible. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, I just shouldn't have activated anything. At no point should I have ever activated anything. I should have just been like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Go off. Opening both is crazy. They drew like 13 cards. Of course they're gonna open both. I just hate that you're able to search fucking any spell trap. Like, what the hell is this? Do we not know how our own fucking cards work? Of course I'm losing to these people. Of course I'm losing to these people. Why would I not be losing to these people? Fucking sure, dude. Great game. 10 out of 10. Yeah, no, I was definitely a part of that.
Yeah, I played that game. That game was all something I could have taken part of. Great game, 10 out of 10. Yeah, every decision I made mattered. What a fucking shit show, dude. What an absolute travesty. Imagine playing this stupid-ass game and thinking that this is... Fuck yourself, you stupid piece of shit! Fuck you! Go die! And then I get Malice? I lose the fucking coin flip and I have to play against goddamn Malice with no cards to actually play into them? Great game! Blood Art, shut the fuck up. Goddamn, you're annoying. Lamau! 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 Choose a different... Choose anything else. Choose to say anything else, please. Fucking hell. Perm. Dude, who the fuck are these people? Are you kidding me? Okay.
Every Blue Eyes player I've ever seen always opens up like 3-4 non-engine. I've never seen them not do that. And it's also always the most annoying non-engine, too. That's what makes it even more frustrating. Oh, yay, Malice. Sure, sure. Yeah. Yeah. I hope I draw another evenly matched. Because I know this guy's gonna go Terahertz. We're in fucking plat. Of course he's gonna make stupid ass Terahertz. Wait, hold on. What? Why the hell did we set that? Is Terahertz the wrong way to go in this deck? Yes. Like 99% of the time, yeah. Wait, what? Huh? What the hell does this do? Wait, Nib would have Omega punished here. Does this do? Malice players and throwing, name a better duo. Yeah. What? You didn't banish a guy? Why? Okay. Whatever. MTP, sure. TB, sure. Ready, Terahertz. Oh, hard. Yep, for sure. Alright, double evenly, I guess, here. That's our play. Evenly 2, electric boogaloo. I can tell you're a casual.
I can tell you're a casual.
EP. I have exactly 5. It's a little annoying. EP. Summon Darkblade. EP. Synthetic. Darkblade. Pop. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I technically could summon it twice, but it doesn't really accomplish anything. Okay. Yay, Apo. How to outplay Book of Eclipse? Depends on the deck. Sometimes you can't, but you can also Ash Blossom it, so that helps. This is why I hate Plat, dude. You've played like Ryziel once. Also, I was one game away from ranking up, and then it was just like, fuck you. Have a terrible day. It's like, thanks, Konami. I sure did. I'm gonna call it quits there. Thanks. Bye-bye. Stay frosty.